Docket number 170. 5881, Mr. Turner is present. Mr. John Keith Perry, Mr. Andre Thomas are present, Mr. Turner, and Mr. Paul Hagerman and Mr. Austin Schofield are present for the state. Are both sides ready to proceed?
Yes, sir.
If so, if you work in the jury, please, sir.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Thank you, ladies. Be seated. Gentlemen of the jury, good morning.
Good morning.
How was your weekend? Did we find something for you to do yesterday?
Yes.
Okay. How are the meals? How are the accommodations? Are the deputies treating you well? Good. It is not 10 o'clock. It's about 11:05. I want to apologize. So yes, I told you I had to qualify on the grand jury for the September term. I'm sorry, March term. So we qualified two different grand juries this morning. One that would meet Tuesday this week and one that would meet Thursday this week. And we had to qualify that grand jury so the grand jury can continue its work. So it took a little longer than I would like it to take, but that's what the delay has been. It has nothing to do with this case, nothing to do with these lawyers. I had to talk to about 60 other possible jurors this morning to qualify 18 grand jurors for Tuesday that will go to work tomorrow morning, and 18 that will go to work on Thursday for the next 2 months through May 10th and I think May 12th. So appreciate your patience. I do apologize for the delay. When we stopped on Saturday, both sides had rested. I read all the law that could possibly apply in this case. You're now here closing arguments from both sides. And what I told you on Saturday, closing arguments are not evidence. The statements that are made by the lawyers are intended to help you in understanding the evidence that's presented. And again, we'll emphasize to you, somebody says something, because I can't comment on the facts. If somebody says something that you believe is not covered, something that was not presented, something that's not proof from the witness stand, you shall in fact disregard those statements, but I cannot tell you what I think may have been said. So you might have a lawyer that might object, says just call for that's not what the record was, what the proof is. I can't tell you what I think. So if somebody says something that you believe is not supported, again, disregard it. You hear an argument from the state of Tennessee, and once the state is presented an argument, the defense will be given an opportunity to present an argument also. And should the defense present an argument, you'll have a rebuttal argument from the state. So it's a possibility of 3 different arguments. State of Tennessee, you may proceed to close an argument, Mr. Schofield.
There's a couple problems with conspiracies. First one being, somebody always tells. The more people you involve with what you're doing, the greater that risk becomes. So when you're having conversations in your kitchen in front of multiple people about killing your ex-husband, you're creating problems for yourself. And that's what Sherra Wright did right from the get-go. She's already in this conspiracy, and she's already running the risk that somebody always tells. And here, someone did tell. Jimmy Martin told in 2012. What his motivations were, who knows? Could be if you maybe promised to pay his legal fees and you don't end up paying them. Maybe somebody's holding a grudge against you and decides to talk. So that's a problem you got. And that's how we're here. Because this case was dead in the water. This was a cold case. They investigated in 2010, didn't charge anybody. 2012, Jimmy Martin comes forward and tells them what happened. It gets picked back up in 2016, and now the officers can go find evidence. They can go talk to other witnesses they maybe didn't know who they were before. They can find things to confirm Jimmy Martin's story. But that all comes from someone's always going to tell. Your number 2 problem with conspiracy These are amateurs. We talked about this during openings and voir dire. There isn't a 1-800 hitman hotline. So if you're Sherra Wright, you decide to kill your husband, who are you going to get to help you? You can't just go down to Home Depot and ask around for murderers. So maybe you ask your cousin. He's kind of a shady dude, already has some legal problems. Maybe you're helping him out pay his bills. He may owe you. Who else do you ask? Friends, family, people from church, maybe somebody you trust, maybe somebody that's at your house all the time, someone, per his statement, you've had sex with at least once, someone you've had phone contact with 186 times during a 30-day period. That works out to about a little over 6 times a day. Who do you trust? Who are you going to get to help you? Your friend, baby, lover, Billy Turner. So let's go through the elements real quick. First degree murder. Clearly, we got a murder. Lorenzen Wright killed, shot multiple times. Clearly, that was intent. And you've heard the proof from multiple people. Claudia, Jimmy. It's not dispute. This was planned out beforehand. Clearly, there's premeditation. The elements for first degree murder, premeditated, have been met. Conspiracy. An agreement. We went over this a lot during voir dire. You have your jury instructions you can look over. They'll say something that probably looks a lot like this. An agreement to commit a crime, here a murder, intent to do it, and then one party committed an overt act. But you know there was at least one overt act because he's dead. You have a lot of overt acts that go into planning, getting things, setting things up, cleaning up, all that kind of stuff. But there's at least one overt act you absolutely know about. That's the murder. Course of conduct which terminates when the objectives of the conspiracy are completed. So it's not just when the murder happened, it's when the entire plan is done. Planning the murder, setting up the murder, committing the murder, cleaning up after the murder, hiding things, making sure nobody finds out. Just in this last part, specifically in your jury instructions, it'll say concealing the crime. So when we're talking about a conspiracy, we've got any agreement between these folks, and anybody does an overt act up to and including the cover-up. And you've certainly heard from at least 2 witnesses about meetings to kill Lorenzen Wright, where Billy Turner was present. We know the overt act was committed because he's dead. We'll go over some other overt acts that were committed as we walk through this. So the elements of conspiracy to commit first-degree murder have been met. Criminal attempt, first-degree murder. You're going to do the murder, but you don't pull it off. You take a substantial step towards committing the murder of Lorenzen Wright. This is a charge for going to Atlanta when Billy and Jimmy went to Atlanta together. Getting in a car, getting guns, driving to a house, sneaking in a back window that Sherra probably left open for you, and walking around trying to find the person to kill, but he's not there. That is a substantial step towards the commission of the murder of Lorenzen Wright. It's a whole bunch of substantial steps. So the elements for criminal attempt first-degree murder have been met. So we've met all the elements. All we're talking about now is who did it, what's their involvement. So you had Jimmy's testimony. It was long, went on a while. But the one thing you've had with Jimmy that's been consistent throughout all his meetings and talking to the police, all that, Billy Turner involved, Sherra's involved. There's a plot to kill Lorenzen Wright. There's a plot to do it in Atlanta. Gun thrown in the lake. Those things he always says. Let's go through his testimony real quick. Sherra Wright initiated the plan to kill Lorenzen Wright. Members of the conspiracy were him and Billy, Sherra. They had at least one meeting at Sherra's house where a pregnant lady was present. The police have no idea who this pregnant lady is when he's telling them about this in 2012. Lo and behold, we got a pregnant lady, Claudia Robinson. She told you. At various times, Sherra provides guns and money for him to go to Atlanta and kill Lorenzen Wright. We've got them talking about guns and money on those Facebook messages. Jimmy fakes going to Atlanta and keeps whatever Sherra provided. Now that's interesting. That's the kind of guy Jimmy is. You're going to make a plan with him. You're going to give him money and guns. He says, okay, I'll do it. And then he sells the guns, keeps the money, and sits in Batesville and does whatever he's doing in Batesville. Not the most reliable guy. You've got Jimmy then has to go to Atlanta with Billy kill Lorenzen Wright. He's got to go with Billy because Sherra's not a complete idiot. If she sends him again to Atlanta by himself with money and guns, what's he going to do? He's going to keep the money and sell the guns and hang out in Batesville. So who else do you have? Who do you trust? Whose car are you giving Jimmy to do this sort of thing? Billy Turner. Because you can't send Jimmy by himself. You'll just get ripped off again. You got to send him with somebody you trust, somebody you're reliable, somebody you have a relationship with. Billy Turner. More Jimmy testimony. Jimmy described the interior of Lorenzen Wright's residence in Atlanta. You heard Michael Gibson testify. He had it down pretty good. He even described Mr. Gibson. Which the police, when they go find Mr. Gibson and talk to him, that all checks out. Jimmy and Sherra continued a message about guns and murder in crude code. That may be the worst code I've ever seen. A party. We need a 9-inch monitor. I'm sure that didn't take y'all very long to figure out on your own glancing at it, much less when the attorneys went through it and when Jimmy Martin testified about it. But one thing you'll see that's consistent with Sherra's method of communicating when she talks to her co-conspirator, she uses this weird, crude code, where I guess she's trying to maybe say, well, if somebody looks at it, no, we were talking about a party. You'll see that throughout this case when she's talking to Billy and when she's talking to Jimmy. The night of the murder, Jimmy says he calls Billy from both his cell phone and his payphone. You saw that borne out in the phone records. That's not really a dispute. Sometime after the murder, Billy and Sherra come get Billy's car. They come get a metal detector to help search the murder scene. Jimmy describes him searching for a lost gun with a metal detector and cutting barbed wire. What you see in the crime scene pictures where a significant amount of that barbed wire has been cut out of that fence. So we know that happened. Sherra and Billy tell Jimmy how the murder happened. I told you about that. This is later picked up by Billy and taken to a lake to dispose of the murder weapon. Lo and behold, we find this murder weapon in a lake, and it's the murder weapon for Servinia Braswell. She tested it with the shell casings with the bullets. All matches up. That's your murder weapon. Jimmy describes a shotgun being in the trunk of Billy's car. Come back to that in a minute. So, we've got what Jimmy's told you. We've got what Jimmy's told the police. This is the story. Now, they can't just walk off one person's statement and start arresting people. You have to do an investigation. You have to corroborate what's going on. How do you do that? They go find the pregnant lady, Claudia. She says, Jimmy did attend a meeting where they discussed killing Lorenzen Wright. Turns out that's true. Claudia Robinson, sometime babysitter, also a teacher. She's going to tell you Jimmy was present at a plot. They're talking about killing Lorenzen Wright. Jimmy described it as they were having a brainstorming session on how to do it. Billy Turner, also present at that meeting. Jimmy says he's there. Claudia says he's there. And never at any times during this meeting, we asked Claudia, does Billy get up and say, whoa, I'm trying to be done with a murder. That's crazier. I don't want to be involved with that. Stays there. Doesn't walk away. Doesn't say, oh, I'm just the yard man. What are you doing? No. Stays at the meeting. He's present when Sherra, in fact, threatens to kill Claudia. Doesn't walk out at that point. And it turns out there's a prior meeting where they're talking about killing Lorenzen Wright. That wasn't the first one. That was the second one. Jimmy's not even there. The quote being Sherra saying, he's got a hit on me. He's got to go. It's either him or me. He's got to die. And Billy's response is like, no, that's crazy. Not, I'm getting out of here. Not like, whoa, lady, I just cut the grass around here. I don't know what you're talking about. This is nuts. Like, I'm going to the police. What are you talking about? It's, what do you want me to do, Sherra? What do you want me to do? She says he's got to go. That's the first meeting. The second meeting Jimmy's at, where they're threatening to kill Claudia and talking about having a brainstorming session on how to murder Lorenzen Wright. So now you got Billy at two meetings. Claudia says he's there. Jimmy says he's there. And interestingly enough, and you'll see in the pictures, there's not much of a yard there. And Billy's over at that house multiple days a week. Let's move on to Facebook. Again, you have, like Jimmy said, him and Sherra discussing money and guns, using kind of this crude code where a party is the murder. Because Jimmy's a rapper. That's the kind of thing rappers do. They do shows. They do parties. They do performances. She kind of keys this off as some kind of job he's going to do for her. Right? They use the word party instead of murder. Jimmy's an aspiring rap artist. This becomes more interesting when you start seeing messages Sherra sending to Billy. Also, coincidence or not, I'm going to say not, she's couching this in terms of some sort of job he's supposed to be doing. And I believe 11:47 at night, she's texting him, I'm going to need my commission. Ren want you to bring your cards in the AM before you fly out. You owe me, boy. That doesn't make sense for several reasons. One, she's killing him that night. He will not be around to take any cards in the morning. She's sending this text to the person who was at least two meetings about killing Lorenzen Wright. Lorenzen Wright does not live in Memphis. How does that make sense? In what world would Lorenzen Wright passing out yard man cards in Atlanta make sense? And it was mentioned at some point, well, he could have been handing them out in Memphis. He doesn't live in Memphis. Sherra lives in Memphis. If you need somebody in Memphis to pass out your business cards, that'd be Sherra, not the guy who lives in Atlanta. That makes no sense. But if you're looking at it in Sherra's crude code, just the way she texts people when she's trying to be sneaky, let's have a party, let's hand out your business cards, and this just so happens 11:47, 25 minutes before the murder, she's sending that text. 25 minutes before Lorenzen Wright is murdered, she is sending that text. Not to Jimmy, to Billy. Now, let's talk about some more communication. July 18th and 19th. Jimmy is in Batesville. Well, I'll say the phone is in Batesville. Per the testimony of Detective Evans. Call 1403, that's 2:03 in the afternoon. Jimmy's calling Billy. Now, for two guys that have no relationship with each other, they aren't friends, they don't hang out, Jimmy doesn't do yard work with Billy. Billy doesn't rap. One lives down in Batesville, one's in Collierville. They sure are communicating a lot the day the murder's going to get done. And not around when the murders get done, just 2 or 3 in the afternoon. Billy calls Jimmy back. 4:53. Billy calls him again. Jimmy calls Billy. 5:37. Jimmy calls Billy. 6:13. Back and forth. Now, y'all heard all this testimony, and the defense is going to make out like this is some kind of way Jimmy's setting up an alibi. He's going to go do the murder and have someone call Billy for some reason to establish that he's in Batesville using his phone and a payphone. How that makes sense when you don't have any relationship with Billy. If you're going to set up an alibi, you call your girlfriend or your mama so they can be like, oh yeah, that was him on the phone with me. That's who you call for the alibi. And here, you have that problem. That doesn't make sense. But the other problem is, at 11:43, Billy's calling Jimmy. Billy's calling Jimmy. Now go back. Prior communication, 1813, that's 5.5 hours later. 5.5 hours later. Take a glance at the phone records. Billy has, I think, 11 calls in between these two communications with other people while he's at this cookout, right? He calls Jimmy. Now, y'all heard Jimmy talking. He would have to be one heck of a criminal mastermind to make Billy call him for his alibi. I mean, that's unbelievable. Because it's unbelievable. Because this isn't some insane attempt at creating an alibi for yourself. Billy called Jimmy. Then Jimmy calls him back from the payphone, 12:01. Jimmy calls him back from the payphone, 12:02. Jimmy calls him from his cell phone right as the murder is happening. Jimmy's in Batesville. And the defense has to come up with something to say about that because Jimmy's in Batesville, that's bad for Billy. If Jimmy's in Batesville, that's bad for Billy. Because who does that leave killing Lorenzen Wright, who was at the murder meeting? Billy Turner. Billy Turner. And then we have a call at 12:14. That's important, not because Murray Wolhampton's calling, but as you've seen with the maps, that places Billy away from his home. That places his phone hitting a tower that's hitting over the same area as Lorenzen Wright's 911 call. Maybe Billy's a master, or Jimmy's a mastermind setting up this alibi phone calls. He's so good, he made Jimmy go have a call over the murder. Billy, I'm sorry. I mean, that didn't make sense. What makes sense is Jimmy's in Batesville calling Billy back because Billy called him. You see the locations there. And as I talked about, and I know we have been over this so much with Sergeant Evans. But as you see, in 12:14, that call from Murray Wolhampton. And again, these cones are representative. They do not delineate the actual length and width of the tower coverage. You heard Sergeant Evans say it is in fact longer. It is in fact wider to be as much as half a mile longer. You see the overhanging coverage at the termination of that call. termination of 911 call, when Merle Hampton calls, they're over the same area. And keep in mind, those 3 calls, the one from Jimmy's at 1201, 1202, 1212, those are the ones Sergeant Evans said were on that tower near his house, but you couldn't say what side. And you couldn't say what side because it had gone down to analog. It's like when your phone goes from 5G to 4G or 4G to 3G because you're not getting a good signal. So we don't know what side of the tower he was hitting off when those calls came in. But I want you to think about what happens when you drop down to analog and your signal goes down. It's very possible his signal got worse because he was in the more rural area where they're killing Lorenzen Wright. And if you shade up the tower coverage from that home tower, that puts you right there, wouldn't it? Walnut Lake. Jimmy tells him where the gun is. That's where it is. Told him in 2012, for whatever reason, whoever was looking for it decided not to do a very good job. Seems like the FBI found it real quick. Murder weapons where Jimmy told you where it was. He describes a shotgun. And lo and behold, we find shotgun shells in the trunk of Billy Turner's car. The car he hid out in the woods at his cousin's house. And another interesting fact, and I'm sorry, y'all, I'm going to try it one last time. And this is hard to see, but you should have this map in your packets. The lake for Walnut was described being out this direction, past Holly Springs, I think down 72. This is where Jimmy is. Jimmy, in his testimony, in fact, told you he threw some other gun in Arca-Butler Lake. I hope I'm saying that right. Arca-Butler Lake, which Mr. Perry in his questioning described as being a huge lake, a large lake. You also have another large lake, Lake Sardis, down here. Now, if Jimmy was going to pick the place to throw away a gun, don't you think he'd do it at Arca-Butler, where he's already thrown one gun and it's right off 55 as he's coming home, or Sardis, which is right by his hometown? Now, Walnut, that lake, that's a straight shot over to Collierville. That's what that is. Billy picked that lake. How to make any kind of sense to skip 2 large lakes. One of one, you know Jimmy's already thrown a gun in because he told you he did. What makes sense is if you're in Collierville and you head out east, that's how you end up at Walnut. That's how you end up at Walnut. And keep in mind, we haven't really talked about this a whole lot, but if Jimmy's going to do this killing, wouldn't it make more sense for it to happen down in Mississippi, somewhere he's familiar? We haven't really talked about how this is right by Billy's house. There's no lack of rural area in Collierville to kill somebody, especially back in 2010 when things weren't as developed as they are now. We're going to get your cards to give Lorenzen, and then lo and behold, he gets killed over by Billy's house. Mike Gibson, he testified. He tells you about the details, the exact same details that Jimmy's telling you about going in the house. No alarm system. He tells you Sherra made an unexpected visit in June and told him she checked the place out. That fits everything along with what Jimmy said. Because he and Billy did go to Atlanta to try and kill Lorenzen. Then you have Billy's statement. Now, keep in mind that the statement never got to the point where they did the formal written statement like they did back then. And well, Billy's going to say some things that aren't too good for him in this statement, or this this interview. When the defense gets up here and tries to tell you that the police made all this up, keep in mind that they also wrote down that he said he didn't do it. If that's the game we're playing, making up statements and putting them on Billy, the first thing in that statement would have been like, well, I'm not putting anything down on paper, but I did it. First off, didn't do any business with Lorenzen Wright, only Sherra. Then why are we talking about giving Lorenzen Wright, who doesn't live here, your business cards? It's because he didn't do anything, right? He wasn't giving Lorenzen his business cards. That's yet again Sherra's crude code telling him it's time to do the murder over by your house in Callis Cutoff. Didn't really know Jimmy, had only seen him twice, and they didn't have any dealings with each other. Well, that's a lot of phone calls on the day of the murder for people you don't deal with, and you've only met twice. Sexually involved with Sherra. That's important. Because you're not just going to trust the guy who cuts your grass to get into a murder. But the guy who's over at your house all the time, the guy you're having sex with, the guy you're talking to 6 times a day, that'd probably be somebody you trust. He couldn't explain why his vehicle was at Sherra's house the morning Lorenzen Wright was killed. That should have been the easiest thing on earth. I'm there to cut the grass. I'm there to cut the grass. I'm there to plant some shrubs. And that should be instant. Failed to point out Sherra and Jimmy when shown photo lineups. Sherra, Jimmy. You could maybe understand Jimmy, but not Sherra. Got visibly nervous and shown the murder weapon. Said he met Sherra at church when she suddenly came to town in 2017. Well, that's not true. She even says in the message, I missed you at church. If you're having a completely innocent meeting with Sherra Wright to talk about Snoop or whatever, why are you going to tell that? Because you know he didn't. You've seen the pictures. You've seen where Sherra is yet again communicating with Billy in a crude code. This your sis from Cali. And the code's so dumb, he doesn't even know who it is. You could read those and see the response. And and the other woman who's actually phoned this has to say, this is Sherra on my phone. Now, why are you going through the third person's phone? She could have got her number. The woman had it. She could have got it and dialed in her own phone and called him. Why are you calling from a third-party phone? We're not even calling, texting this stupid code. This your sis from Cali. Why not be like, this is Sherra. Are you coming to the cookout? Or dinner, or whatever it was? No. Yet again, Sherra uses the crude code she uses when she talks to conspirators. Admitted to getting the metal detector from Jimmy's mom's house. Jimmy says they got the metal detector. Ellie's agreeing they got the metal detector. Gave some story about finding a diamond ring. But this fits in with what Jimmy's telling me. They got a metal detector to look for the 25 that was dropped. We know there's a 25 because there's 25 shell casings. Admitting to going to Atlanta to visit relatives, but couldn't give the names or phone numbers of those relatives. Phone numbers, okay. Even addresses, okay. But if you tell me you got relatives living in Atlanta, and I ask you who are they, and you say, Uncle Bob, Grandma, Cousin Jim. I was in Atlanta, but can't tell you who my relatives were there. I don't. Okay. So it's no coincidence that he and Jimmy were there at the same time. Well, now, another coincidence we're up to now. You're at both murder meetings. The last text before the murder from Sherra is to you. Your phone's hitting over the murder site. We got shotgun shells in the trunk of your car. You're saying you're in Atlanta. You don't know the names of your relatives you're visiting. And if you're there at the same time as Jimmy, it's a coincidence. That sounds like somebody that went to Atlanta with Jimmy and is trying to explain how he didn't go to Atlanta with Jimmy. You've got Lieutenant Beasley's testimony. They get a tip that Billy's cousin is all of a sudden trying to move this Dodge that's been sitting back there in the woods all these years. That's a bit strange. To the point where he's dragged it out of there and flipped it upside down on a wrecker. He's trying to get it out of there so bad. So a neighbor calls and tells on him. Same car they were using at the time, same car he loaned Jimmy, same car they used to go to Atlanta, just like Jimmy said, in a Dodge. He identified the smashed up version of the car. Said it looked the same. Red hand wire cutters and shotgun shells in the trunk. Jimmy told you he had a shotgun in the trunk when they were throwing this stuff in the lake. We got 17 shotgun shells in that trunk. Another coincidence? Coincidence like being in Atlanta at the same time, being over the murder scene, being at the murder meetings, getting the last text from Sherra in some kind of dumb code. Let's go back to the secret meeting. The new set of investigators are running this scheme. And it's a pretty good one. We're going to wiretap Sherra and Billy's phone. We're going to release to the media that we found the murder weapon, and we're going to see what happens. We're going to see what happens. What happens? Sherra gets on a plane, takes an unexpected flight from California to Memphis. She contacts Billy using a third party's phone. And we've been over this, but again, using that stupid code. This is your sis from Cali. Come eat at TJ's. They meet at Janice Taylor's house, and we see them talk for 34 minutes. If you're catching up, talking about what everybody's been doing, who's been in church, how things going, how's the law and business, how's California, how's the kids, what have you been up to? Isn't this great that they found the murder weapon, so they're going to find the killers? You can have all of that conversation inside the house with your other church friends. That's what you're there. Sunday afternoon, lunch, fellowship, socialization. That's what that entire dinner is for. But instead, you go outside, you walk up and down. Never. Talking after you've had this meeting arranged with a third-party phone, using code. You didn't have any proof about her going to see Jimmy. She went to see Billy. And the detective on the surveillance team told you they didn't observe her go to any other secret meetings. They were watching. They were listening on the phones. They're seeing what she's doing. She had one secret meeting. That was with Billy Turner. Because when they find the murder weapon, you got to go talk to the person who used it to make sure he isn't the one telling police stuff. Because somebody always talks. Somebody always talks. And when you find a murder weapon, all of a sudden it's been missing for 7 years. Somebody's talking. So let's go over what we found out about Billy Turner, independent of what Jimmy told you. He has sexual relationship with Sarah. They have 186 calls in a 1 month period. He's present at her house multiple days a week. He's present at the first meeting where Sherra says she wants to kill Lorenzen Wright. His reaction is, "What do you want me to do?" He's present at the second meeting about killing Lorenzen Wright when Claudia is threatened. He calls Jimmy. He calls Jimmy right before the murder. Right before Sherra sends in this coded text. He's the last person she contacts. His cell phone connects over the same area as Lorenzen Wright's 911 call. You heard Sergeant Evans tell you that has to mean he left his house. It's too far. So he's left his house and he's over the same site. The murder occurs near his house, but not on the same tower, as you heard the sergeant tell you. Sherra erases all her texts. Not just Jimmy's texts, all Billy's texts. Now, they recovered some of them because we've seen them. But they said in the corners you can see where that little red X is. Those are the ones she's erased. Strange to take the trouble to erase a text if it's just about business cards. But if it's about a murder, you're going to erase. He admits to going to Atlanta, but can't tell you any relatives he visited or who they even are. Again, call using the third party, crude code, lies about the nature of his meeting with her. He was part of this conspiracy to kill Lorenzen Wright. He's at both meetings. He never says he doesn't want to be a part of this. He never says, "I'm not doing this." He in fact says, "What do you need me to do?" So you know he's in on the agreement. You know he's in on the plan. You know there's been an overt act because Lorenzen Wright's dead. But we've had other overt acts. Going to Atlanta, it's an overt act. Picking up the metal detector. Picking up the metal detector is an overt act. Going back to the crime scene, cleaning it up is an overt act. Cutting that barbed wire is an overt act. Throwing the gun in the lake is an overt act. Take your pick. He's there at the meetings. He asks what needs to be done. He's part of the agreement. He's part of the plan. There's an overt act. He is guilty of conspiracy to commit murder. He went to Atlanta to try and murder Lorenzen Wright. There's no way Sherra is going to trust Jimmy with a car and money and guns after the first time she did it, he ripped her off for his own admission. Said he conned her. So when you've got a second trip to Atlanta, and you know Jimmy went because he describes the interior of that apartment, she is not going to send him by himself to steal her stuff again. And you combine that with Billy saying he's in Atlanta, he can't tell you who he was there to visit, it's just a coincidence if he's there at the same time as Jimmy. That doesn't make sense. Because he was there with Jimmy. And going to Atlanta and going in that house with guns, that's an act towards the completion of that crime. That is criminal intent murder. He is guilty of criminal intent murder. Covered it up from start to finish. We got cleanup. We got throwing away guns. Little details, like Jimmy mentioned in the shotgun in his trunk and finding shell casings in his trunk. Those are little details I want you to think about and put this all together. What do you want me to do, Sherra? What do you want me to do? I'm still shaking. Shooting range. I'm still shaking. I'm shooting red. That's what Jimmy said he said. Those are the two statements you need to keep in mind when you're thinking about who murdered Lorenzen Wright. Whose phone's over the site? Billy Turner. Who's the last text with Sheriff? Billy Turner. Who said, "What do you need me to do?" Billy Turner. Who's the person who murdered Lorenzen Wright? Pulled that trigger while Jimmy's in Batesville? Billy Turner. After you review all this proof, I expect you to find him guilty on all charges. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, before the defense presents a closing argument, does anyone need a break? Ms. Perry, you may proceed.
The overhead for my presentation. All right. Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Proverbs 18:17 says the story of a witness is true when he first gets to the stand until confronted with cross-examination. Because even though the state accepts this premise, hook, line, and sinker, that the trip was in June or in some date that you can't find based on tower records, etc., of 2010, if you look at the commentary, if you look at the evidence, not at Jimmy Martin, who knows how to trick cell phones and how to have somebody calling from another location, if you look at the evidence, the stuff that we had to ask to get it, not just one part of an evidence, not just a cut and slice, but look at all of it. You 12 individuals will go back and have the ability to look at not back. Now, you have all of these different messages. You got Facebook, the Facebook messages. The only reason he was so nice about explaining those and, oh yeah, that was our secret message, etc. He never told the police about those messages, ever. He didn't tell them until Billy Turner was in a jail cell for 3 months. He told them because they confronted him with getting the Facebook record. But you don't have those Facebook records from Billy. You got those Facebook records from Jimmy. This is in a code. Sherra talking to Ren on days prior to him coming to Memphis is crystal clear that she's in Atlanta. You got a chance to read the whole thing. They got a daughter down in Atlanta that's doing a modeling show. And she's down there talking to him about that stuff while she's in Atlanta and while her cousin, little Jimmy, is rendezvousing with her. Ain't nobody talking about some stuff happened in June. And ain't nobody, how in the world is a window open in June? You're gonna have the confidence to do it in July. That doesn't make any sense. He's down there during that same week. And if you look at the records, when he's talking about where are you, and why is she talking about meeting at a location, same place as before, and why is it that you can't pinpoint what time you're going to arrive unless you're arriving at a place like Atlanta to do whatever you're trying to do? It doesn't make sense. But these are codes that are in messages. I mean, in messages that are in codes. When you're talking about Edna J to Edna J. I know you're tired of me and my party, but what's up? You good? Everybody's straight. That's from Jimmy to Sherra. When Sherra has been using Billy's car to allow her little cousin to drive, in Billy's mind, to legitimate locations, what did she tell him I'm going to do for you? You know, Lorenzen Wright is not just some basketball playing guy, what have you. He's a guy who in this area was a star. At Booker Washington, he was a star. University of Memphis, he was a star. And then he's a pro athlete in the Grizzlies. Her weeks earlier about we can't do it now, inside, outside. You don't have any inside, outside call from or text messages from Billy to Sherra. Those are all text messages from Jimmy's friend who's going down the highway, and Sherra, not Billy and Sherra. There's nothing from Billy and Sherra other than at midnight they're talking about some weird stuff, and people know in this inner circle of Sherra, how Sherra is. You heard her own cousin. The cousin who supposedly knows about a murder plot, supposedly is scared, but is stunting at the party at the funeral in front of this guy's mama as a clout chaser. She's around walking around and yeah, you can't keep her out the camera. Come on, baby, I got you. I'm gonna walk the child to the bathroom back and forth because I'm the nanny, the pregnant nanny. And that makes sense to you? Come on now. This is a simple issue. What has happened here is they get a contract to this guy before they had an opportunity to vet his story. They let him sign a document saying, no matter what you tell us, if it checks out or not, you're helping us solve this case. Because you're helping us solve it, you will have a get out of jail free card involved in it. They know that he has said that he used the guy who's the landscaper's car. The media builds a story up about, well, this is a lawn man. And as if Sherra has some really, elaborate estate that he lives in the basement on and comes up, Miss Sherra, can I cut your yard today? Do you need me to get your stuff out your pool house and all that? No, that's not it. This man has his own business in the area that he grew up in. And he cuts her yard and he cuts other yards on that street, cuts other yards on that block, and he's respected. And they want to try to make him out to be what he ain't, somebody to manipulate. If you look through the rest of his messages, there's no manipulation between Sherra and Billy, other than the fact that he was nice enough to loan the car keys to his vehicle, an old roustabout vehicle, and let her cousin use it to go back and forth, supposedly for legitimate work, to go DJ or whatever it is that he wants to do during that time frame. But why, if I'm involved in some conspiracy to kill her husband, am I going to put my car in it? That doesn't make any sense. I'm going to give you my car keys and allow you to come up with a conspiracy involving me. I'm going to talk about this conspiracy in front of cousins that I don't know as well, other than what Claudia said. He was nice, he was prayerful around the house, and he would come over some. Now, if you take it with Claudia's words, they radioed her up. Everything that could be documented to be brought in court, you hadn't heard it. How are you going to have recordings where she is supposed to talk about Billy? Hopefully, I'm assuming that that's why the police would mic her up. And you don't have anything that at all that's bad from either Sherra and Claudia about Billy, or from Claudia to any other third person about Billy. You don't have any of that. You just have word of mouth about what supposedly Billy and Sherra told this guy in the days after regarding a murder. Now, another central point. Why you're trying to, if you're going to be involved in this, to the sense that you're trying to gather information, murder. Now, the thing about being enchanted or sprung or over the top about a female, you might kill somebody that you think that she's interested in, or you think that he's disrespecting you. That's not going to lure you into some crazy contrived murder plot. That's going to be somebody who thinks that they're going to get their legal fees paid, that thinks that they're going to get ahead because they don't have a job. Somebody that does not have a job, that's coming up from Batesville to Collierville, putting themselves in the middle of this murder plot over and over. Come on, y'all. Why would they have to go after Billy? Why would the state of Tennessee put Billy in front of you all for this week to try to resolve this? because the state of Tennessee is smart enough to know that they wrote a contract with a guy like Jimmy. And if you write a contract with a guy like Jimmy who has all the details of all the stuff that was supposed to be involved, how do you solve the murder of this son of Memphis? How do you solve it? You know, I've been involved in this now since 2017, and I've come to know Billy. And I know who he's a stranger to y'all. I know y'all are gonna have some stuff you can go back and forth on. Some of you are gonna, if your mind's already made up, one way or the other. I don't, I can't do anything to change that at this point, other than to tell you what I really believe. I know that the information that I've gathered thus far is just like what came through Ms. Bogan. He's a salt of the earth type of guy. He just is. He gave his car to somebody. You don't have any kind of coded messages between he and this person's wife or ex-wife or mother of his children. You just don't have that with him. You have Billy going about life trying to work all day long with the hardest type of work that you can have out in the middle of the day in July, back-breaking work, trying to build his own life. You'll have the photos of him walking with Sherra at Sherra's request, because Sherra knows Billy ain't a fool. After Lorenzen goes missing and after Lorenzen's body is found in the field, he ain't dumb enough to think that all of this talk that y'all have regarding my car and stuff like that, all of this crazy stuff, according to Jimmy, he's calling Billy on the day before the murder, and he doesn't have good coverage out there during that time, and he tries to call it back. And Jimmy says something about, I'm trying to get Sherra's van. He ain't dumb. He realizes at that point, yeah, my car has been involved in something that I don't want it to be involved in. And yeah, did he cut Sherra out of his life? Yes. She couldn't get in touch with him. And did she have to get a third party? Why did she have to use a third party? Because Billy did not have Sherra's numbers. He didn't have anything about her in his life, because that caused an issue in his life. That's not him that's not somebody over the top in love. Look at those photos. Those photos were taken back in 2017, where they're outside of the house walking. And this person that he's supposed to be over the top in love with, he's social distancing more than folks social distanced last year. He's not walking hands in hands with this lady. That truck, that ain't somebody destitute who's living off of Sherra. That's something that he's worked for, hard, back-breaking work for, that he thought that all of a sudden her dealing with her cousin has caused him issues. This, walking around out here, you think if Sherra, who's Googling, who's wondering what's going on, what are they, what is the deal with the gun found in the water, you think that she is not telling him, look,
to this speculation that hasn't been testified about at all.
all of this is speculation. Oh, sorry.
Ladies and gentlemen, lawyers can argue three things. They can argue the facts of the case. They can argue the law. And they can argue reasonable deductions from what you heard in court. And again, if a lawyer says something that's not supported by the record, you will, in fact, disregard it. You may proceed, Ms. Perry.
Thank you. There's no way that you can try to come up with a notion that is supposed to be favorable to the prosecution about what they're talking about outside. You don't know what they're talking about, but I know one thing. It ain't about Billy having done nothing to kill Mr. Wright, because it's not supported by anything. The only person that has all these details is Jimmy Martin. And so in this situation where you give an absolute guarantee to a person, to the first, regarding we're not going to in any way prosecute you, and he gives multiple stories about what was supposed to happen. When they find out that, in fact, his car, Billy's car, was outside, and that's one of the PowerPoints, interesting enough, he says, well, you can't explain why, he couldn't explain why his car was outside that night. And you have Jimmy saying, I had his car on the night that he got killed. That's not rocket science. Of course he had his car on the night he got killed. He killed him. That's silly. But you got a major star, and you got a guy that has a long service. When I first got involved, there was one day I got a question from media personnel. Why did you take this? Why are you involved? And I be frank, a little put off, but it was a unique question, and I think I got the answer. In looking at it, like I was saying earlier, Lorenzen and the friend and fraternity brother that came in here that described the fact that he had been on the couch in that apartment, but didn't see my guy in that apartment, but that he had been in that apartment and described the layout of the apartment, same way that Jimmy, who had been in there, has described, misses his friend, and I understand and respect that. The city of Memphis misses a person who went off to the big life and came back and gave back some. There's no doubt about any of that. But here, just like Lorenzen is important to his family and friends, Billy Ray Turner is important to his. And you have, in this instance, a person who, if you take the credibility of that person and bolster it in behalf of what the state is saying, then I guess you'll get to the point that the state is saying is right. But I believe that if you take it and you shake it a little bit and look at the credibility of the way that he answered questions, that it was purely illogical. But more importantly, he repeatedly lied. He talks about the fact that he saw a 2-foot-long bolt cutters, and they showed you a picture of basically some handheld cutters that they're going to try to say cut barbed wire that was dense. And that when they send it out to the crime lab, you don't have a report saying this, in fact, is the bolt cutters that cut this wire. It just doesn't make sense. Radio splicing cutters, they're not the same as bolt cutters. But Jimmy Martin cut those bolts and threw them in some water somewhere. But when you measure Billy Ray Turner and Lorenzen Wright, of course, Lorenzen Wright, being a 7-footer that was talented, that went out into the world and did what he was supposed to do, seemingly is more important. He's worth it. He's worth the fact that this person has to come in and face these charges because we've given a get out of jail free card to another person. And then you have Claudia. Claudia came in and testified. Did her testimony really damage Billy at all? I didn't think so. Other than the fact that she got put off by my questions towards her, was it making any sense? Did it make any sense if she says that Billy's response to Sherra was the same as hers? What you want me to do about it, Sherra? I'll just go out here and finish edging and go down the street. That's what that testimony was. It wasn't, yeah, we do need to, what we're going to do. How are we going to do it? It was Jimmy who was saying what he could do and how he was going to do. And Billy not being there whenever the guns were banning about. How do you add that up? What the hope is here that you all, in consideration of who it is, are going to make a determination saying that Billy's life is worth it. It's worth of finding him guilty of something where the state fails. It's worth it to find him guilty when the state can't meet the burden of proof beyond a reasonable doubt. When I first took it, only thing Billy wants is this day. Billy wants this day, that before you all, he would have a chance to get his name back. You got a guy who has a horrible, horrible demeanor. You see that he has all the incentive in the world. He's angry at his cousin. And he just simply takes Billy's name and inserts it where his belongs. Did Jimmy Martin get you past Proving not guilty is hard. We got a video out there on that site. We possibly prove him not guilty. I know they presented Sergeant Evans, and Sergeant Evans' testimony was when no matter how they argue it, they argue with the I'll get louder approach, and I'll take the broom handle and point it and say that has to be where it is. But their own sector person could not say definitively that he's out there on that field on that particular night. He said that he lived in a place, and if you notice when he's testifying without being cross-examined, he's saying stuff like, oh yeah, this is when Billy's in, and it's going to be in the pamphlet that you all look at. This is when Billy's at Sherra's house. But you heard from Miss Bogan, then no, that evening he was at my house. And if we're going to try to boast or lie about it or try to create an alibi, not what we're going to do when we create a gap ourselves. What we wanted to show is his demeanor. You look at him and you see and say and make your decision on whether or not this guy eating ice cream and cake with his church folks is in a few hours going to sit up and meet this guy on a dark road and kill him. Has anybody gotten you past unlikely? Has anybody gotten you past maybe not? Has anybody gotten you past perhaps? Perhaps Billy did it because he loaned his car for a couple of weeks. Perhaps he wanted to facilitate a murder without there being any conversation or testimony rather from the witness stand saying that he agreed that he wanted this man killed. So when you're in voir dire and they're asking all of these different questions about, well, if this person is involved in a bank robbery and this person says this and this person says that, and if somebody poses the question, well, what did he know? That's where we're at right now. What could he possibly have known if he's not part of any kind of coded language and he's not getting involved with that code with Sherra or and many of them got past suspecting that Billy did. Now you have Frias. Frias is the goal to get you right here. And he gets Billy in, he arrests him, he talks to him. He says that other than the first 48, nobody is recorded in 2017. I haven't seen that policy. I'm not going to call the man a lie. I got too much respect for him, but I haven't seen that policy. I know that if that was going to be a policy, that instead of him acting like this, he's moving around in that chair more than Jimmy was. I know that if I'm going to establish that, why I didn't record him, I'm going to have that policy. He says his heart beating out of his chest. My heart be beating out of my chest too. You asking me after you arrested me while I'm at a gas station and pump my gas and got my Gatorade and thinking I'm going home for the day, and you arrested me on some stuff that Sherra and Jimmy did, more likely than not in my car. Yeah, I'm gonna be heartbeat. Well, he tells me that he has had sex with Sherra before. He's trying to be candid with the man, but he's wanting all the time. And no recorder, no video in here. I'm just in some room with this guy that I don't know. You think my heart's not going to be beating a little bit? He's trying to be candid with him. Somebody that he just said he had sex with, you put a picture of her in front of you. And if he's squinting while he's looking at it and he can't tell, does that mean that he is trying to deny? He told him he knew both of them, Jimmy and Sherra. That doesn't mean that he's trying to evade his question. Means he probably can't tell if he ain't seen him in 5 years or whatever. He saw Sherra a few days earlier. But from the photos that he had, they didn't show us what photos he was supposed to be looking at. But with the photos, if he can't tell who it is, that's not lying to him. Now, have you gone to it? Tell me about your trip to Atlanta. That's how you ask him. You ask somebody that question. Yeah, I've been to Atlanta with family and friends. Tell me what family and friends you've been to Atlanta with. Man, I'm through. We're not on equal ground here. I'm through talking. Let's end this. I'm not some idiot. I'm through talking. I take my chances. Just call me out in court. Hey, this is arraignment day. You want your own lawyer? I don't want a point. I'll get my lawyer. I got my own in this world. I vote the way I want. I think the way that I want. I'm a man, and I'll take my chances with you all. And so when I'm asked that question from the media, what would he want with this? Why would he want a trial? He wants a trial because he's a man with a name. He said, what's a name? You know, Lorenzen's got a name. Internationally known basketball player. He's a good guy. Billy's got a name. Not internationally known, but locally known. Good guy. Good guy. A name is everything. A name is everything. A name is everything. No matter how humble the beginning is, your name is your everything. When I grew up, I went to a church not too far from here, off of Kansas. And at a point around the 5th, 6th grade, I was reading about a guy named A. Philip Randolph. A. Philip Randolph was the over the Brotherhood of Sleeping Car Porters. A sleeping car porter is a guy back in the day that would be responsible for doing the servant duties on trains. And he would have the ability to start off his day in Memphis and go from here to say in Minneapolis or Chicago. And when I was doing the reporting, I was talking with my grandma about it. And she said, you know, the sleeping car porter that went to this church years ago. By that time it passed, and her friends, Willella, she went to Willella the next time we called Miss Willella, and said, you know, can you tell them about Walter and sleeping car porters? He's doing a report. So of course she suffered me in my questioning. And at the end of it, said, well, what do you want me to do? I'm a lawyer. Lady said, oh, I got 2 sons that are lawyers. Wow. So we went on and it was a good conversation, and I put the stuff that she said in the report. But as time would have it, I discovered different things about those two boys. Discovered that one of the boys would go off and be a big time city council member out in the West Coast and move back to Memphis and give back. He was president of his school when he was in school and all these good things. And one son, a good football player, and went out, he was All-American, went to school, got his law degree, and came back and put into his community. Time would tell that these lawyers would go on to other things. One would argue in front of the Supreme Court that's known across this United States of America. Other son would be eulogized by a president of the United States of America. That's a name. More importantly than that, when a person goes to file something and says, well, I got rear-ended by a car or what have you, you go to a building that's named after the son across the street. This week, while you sit listening in judgment of Billy Ray Turner, you sit in a building named after that man. The only demarcation that's different is that it's Walter Bailey Jr. and not Walter Bailey Sr. That man worked every day as somebody who, when the bed sheets were messed up, they would call him, Porter, come here. When somebody was out of their drink, Porter, pour a drink. Every day, sometimes listening to different indignities, sometimes going into cities and doing different things. He ain't complaining. He wasn't out protesting and this and that. He instilled a sense of purpose and drive into his sons. Now, because of that name, will everybody who has a name be named after or have buildings named after them down the road? No. But the ability to have your name means something is important. And think about it. Names are important. You think about the people that grew up in your era or that in the neighborhoods that you grew up in. I think of the men that look like me up the street. Elmo Hodges got up in the morning and got garbage. Saved his money and got garbage contracts and trucks. He's not a basketball player, but he's a man with a name. Abram Duff, delivery man. Gets his own delivery routes. And saves his pennies and builds his own little business, warehousing. That's a man. Larry Hastings, stood up the street. Started out when he got out the Marines, he went off with a plow Mr. Plow, I'd like to have a job here. By the time he died, he's plant manager. That's a man. Kevin Massey on the corner. Watch him get up in the morning, go to TVA, day in, day out. And I see him come home at 3 in the afternoon, change his clothes, go out to Memphis State. 4 or 5 years, he got a law degree. First lawyer I ever knew in my life personally. That's a man. And you have names that will ring out from this point forward. So you can't sit up today and play a game with somebody off of somebody who is sitting here changing and playing games with his names. Yeah, I know how to change out cell phone chips. I knew how to make myself look like somebody else. I knew how to. And you look at the ping records of that Merwell Hampton, you see that it's not like what Mr. Evans said. It's pinging in Batesville, then pings in Memphis simultaneously. That's somebody that's going to lay out and kill a man that had a name, but replace it with a person who has another name. You know, they ask questions about, can you serve on this jury? Yeah, you can serve on a jury, and it's important to serve on a jury because you are not the family of Mr. Wright. I could never ask or think or expect Mr. Wright's mama to give Billy Ray Turner a fair trial. Why? Because that's her son. No matter what the state has, proof beyond a reasonable doubt, ain't as important with her. It won't be, because he's associated with this mess. It's on you all, the 12 of you all, to apply your common sense. Can he have been duped out of the use of his car? And you listen to Claudia's words. When asked by me, y'all making fun of the fact how nice he is, etc., yeah. You will see the photos that have been introduced into evidence of Mr. Turner on that night. And you all think to yourselves and weigh it. And at the end of the day, you'll see it's not beyond a reasonable doubt that that man can do what they're trying to say that he did. In a few minutes, there'll be rebuttal about knocking down all the stuff that I'm saying. I'm sure it'll either be by Mr. Hackman or maybe by Mr. Schofield again. In a few minutes after that, y'all will be back there and we'll have an opportunity to listen and to argue and to go back and forth with each other. And I want you to understand that today is important for more reasons than you could ever imagine. And people say, well, why do we have this hard standard? Why shouldn't it be a lower standard? Because back in the 1780s, when they were trying to design a constitution, they found that it should be important. So George Mason and another little Jimmy that would end up actually going on to be a president, little Jimmy Madison, said it's important to have a Bill of Rights. Proof beyond a reasonable doubt is a cornerstone of our country. It's a cornerstone that people have died about. People have died from the Revolutionary War, to the War of 1812 to the Mexican-American War, to the Civil War, from Civil War to the Spanish-American War, to World War I, World War II, Korea, Vietnam, Desert Storm. When our nation was attacked on 9/11, it was about our principles. It was about the reasons that we were going to end up fighting for another to eradicate terrorism. And you got people right now standing on the verge of war. You got other nations that look at what we have, and people all the time say, oh, we ain't this, we ain't that. Hell, we ain't perfect, but we are close to it, because no matter what our disagreements on the street might be, that you're able to sit in judgment, colorblind, facts blind, except for the evidence that comes from right there. You all have sworn that you have the ability to do that. And I'm just asking that you do it. No matter what you might like or dislike about each other, that you give in. And at the end of the day, if you're thinking that they failed to reach their burden of proof, you can't compromise that. And it doesn't mean that you compromise. You say, well, Okay, well, y'all, if we don't have murder, then let's go all the way down the list and say he must have been an accomplice because he loaned his car. To be an accomplice because you loaned the car, you got to know what they're going to do in it. You have to know exactly what they're going to do in it. Oh, well, we'll come down here and go to conspiracy, which is the hope. I don't think anybody here thinks that somebody's telling you that, well, he told me that he was going to do X, Y, Z, could get you there. But Jimmy didn't even say that. Jimmy came up with a story about actually going to Atlanta, doing this stuff, and he tells you he has a partner that's texting Sherra that has never been charged with anything. Why? Because that's the partner that went into the place in Atlanta. And keep in mind this, Jimmy says he gets to Atlanta because Billy appears at his house and says, come with me to Alabama to do a lawn job. No lawnmower, no backhoe, no turnaround, no sickle, no rake, no brooms, nothing. Let's ride to Alabama. And he said, okay, that's cool. Let's go do it. No conversation, no nothing to show you all that he was in fact in that car with them going to kill Lorenzen Wright. And he's going to dump this mess in your chip. It's wrong. But you all have the ability to write it simply by going down 18 times. Not guilty, 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 not guilty. This is your right to do. Not your neighbor back there, because your neighbor's ability to change your mind can't happen. Not here. This is too important. Not guilty. Not they failed to meet their burden. I don't care. Not guilty. We ain't talking about not guilty. What we're supposed to come? I'm not compromising the damn thing. Not guilty. Strike it. Write it down. You keep on going. You be the strength that you need. You be the strength in that room. You be that beacon of light to put an end to this foolishness. No deals. How many of y'all in this commercial? Don't raise no hand. Don't. No deals. No deals. If you go to the gun crime in Shelby County, no deals. Who did deals? Who did deals? Who did deals with Jimmy Martin? Who did deals with Claudia Robinson? Who did deals in this case? Shelby County. Yes, the police department. Who said no deals? Billy Ray Turner. So for me, another few minutes. Remember, a few years ago, back in 19, Christmas Eve, maybe the day before Christmas Eve, sat down with Billy for a while. And as we talked about the case, we thought we were getting ready to try back then. Sometimes we talk about music, sometimes we talk about jazz, sometimes we talk about gospel, whatever it might be. So we argue here and there about who's is Counter Blue a good album, this, that, or the other. We argue back and forth. So that's what we were able to do is just talk about a gospel song. Neither one of us are singers at all. But it's a song that I like. It's about LaShawn Pace Roads, and it's about I Promise the Lord. I like it because she tells a story about a football player waiting on his daddy. I used to have to do that. And basically, 3 scenarios. And on the first scenario, while he's waiting on his daddy told him, don't you get in nobody's car. Have his friends come by. Come on, I'll take you home. No, I got to wait on my daddy. That's me. And then another come back with some girls. Hey, come with us. Go party. No, I got to wait on my daddy. And then a stranger came. But when the stranger was there, it was raining. It was raining. It was raining. It's easy to wait on your daddy when it ain't raining. It's easy to say, no, I want to give my situation to 12 strangers in Shelby County. Let them be my daddy on this. It's easy to wait if it ain't raining. But when it's raining, in court days because of COVID might get postponed, it ain't easy no more to not want to. It ain't easy to say, I want you all to listen to what's going on and to measure Jimmy Martin and to see if Jimmy Martin is who I believe that he is, a stone cold sitting on the back of Cali Street Killer. Just change and put my name in that place and take my chances with them. It's raining. It's raining. It's raining. Review it like you're going to give him that ride. Review it to give him that ride home. Because if they're not beyond a reasonable doubt, based off of the witnesses they have, y'all can't presuppose and help them out and feel bad or feel sorry for Mr. Schofield or feel sorry for whoever's going to stand up or Mr. Hagerman. You can't do that. It's too important. And if he's not guilty to you, you hang on, hold on, and fight it out. Because from the case and from the evidence, he's absolutely not guilty. Thank you.
It's scary. It's much. It's about 12:40, 1:42. And Deputy Smith tells me that your lunch is here. If you want, we can stop and take a lunch break, and you'll hear the state's rebuttal after the lunch break. I will leave it up to you also. If you need a break before Hagerman Schofield presents a rebuttal argument, we'll take a break before that argument starts. Not a fair question, but I will leave it totally up to you. If you can, take a moment, retire to the jury room, discuss it. Let me know whether you want to hear the close rebuttal argument now or whether you want to eat lunch first, and we'll do whatever you ask me to do. You can follow Deputy Smith for a moment. Thank you all. Still cannot discuss the case amongst yourselves or with anyone else until all the arguments have been presented. For the record, the jury is out. We'll take a recess for a few minutes, get an answer from the jury. You can leave everyone in the courtroom because they might have a quick answer. Then we'll have to take everybody out and put them back in. Call the court into recess, please. Cut all
The new solar stimulus program is a game changer. It's a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to get paid for going solar, and there's no cost to you. We'll take care of everything. Imagine getting solar panels
Please, sir. Resume recording and audio devices. Yes, sir. I'm sorry. Jeff Phillips. Has Jeff Smith hold the jury for 1 second. Jeff Smith, hold for 1 second, please. Ms. Thomas, my apologies. It would not start without you. Thank you for reminding Ms. Perry. Thank you. Article, please.
Court come to order.
So if you bring it to jury, please, sir.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Everyone can be seated. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, what is the will of the jury at this time? Move forward. Ms. Hagerman, you may proceed with the rebuttal arguments.
Just heard, started with Proverbs, talked about 9/11 a little bit, 1780, and we ended with some sort of song. That's what we just heard. It's time to do some work. Work. My grandfather worked on the railroad for 48 years. He retired from that job. He retired from that job before he reached the 50th year because they were starting to use computers and stuff. And he didn't want to do that. So after he retired from the railroad, he got another job, and that was as a yard man. That's what he did for the last almost 20 years. And he didn't teach me the value of hard work. He taught my dad the value of hard work. And my dad taught it to me. We're going to get down to the business of work. And we're going to talk about this case. This case. And when I say case, I mean the facts that we actually heard testified to in front of us. What I just listened to, Jimmy knows about tracking devices. That wasn't testified to. Jimmy knows about license plate readers hanging out at neighborhoods. That wasn't testified to. That they went to Atlanta in July to kill Lorenzen Wright. No. No one's ever said that. That's not the point. They went to Atlanta in June to kill Lorenzen Wright. How many things did we just listen to that weren't testified about at all? Claudia at the funeral took kids to the bath. What are we talking about? What are we talking about? The media asking him, what? We have sat here for 7, 8, I don't know how many days, and we've listened to witnesses who have testified about facts, and now it's our job to do hard work and actually talk about those facts we heard testified to and not stuff we did. And not stuff we did. Two things, two ways, I think, that can help looking at this case. And remember, you're the judges in this case, and what you're asked to bring into this courtroom is common sense. And there's two common sense ways we can look at this case. First, let's look at comparatively. Comparatively. And as we do this, we're going to work and we're going to clear up some of the misstatements, some of the things that aren't even true. Then I'm going to give you a second common sense way to look at this case. And then we're going to talk about some details. The devil's in the details. And we're going to see it comparatively. When you start a conspiracy with somebody, that one of the co-conspirators doesn't one day get caught and just tell it. Because if your co-conspirator gets caught and just tells it, it's over. It's over. And we have a co-conspirator, Jimmy Martin, who sat in that chair and who has been interviewed by law enforcement over 20 times since 2012, and who every time has just told it. Three things about his testimony. Three things, all C's. Consistency, corroboration, and then Mr. Perry's word. I'm okay using Mr. Perry's word. Contract. Contract. Mr. Perry told you that the state in 2012 entered into a contract, so I just listened to, with Mr. Martin, which says he can never be prosecuted. We're going to look at the contract. We have work to do. Mr. Perry says the contract allows Mr. Martin, or tells Mr. Martin he just has to testify, and then he can never be prosecuted. This is an exhibit, this contract. Mr. Perry's a lawyer. I'm a lawyer, and anybody can understand this contract. Anybody can, because we can just read it. As a condition of this agreement, contract, Jimmy Martin will at all times tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth during these interviews. Doesn't even cover his testimony, but the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. And if he doesn't tell the truth, what does the contract say? That this agreement not to use his statements against him, not to use his testimony against him, not to use his confession to being involved in a conspiracy to kill Lorenzen Wright, to going on a trip to Atlanta to kill him, all of that becomes admissible and he can be prosecuted to the fullest extent of the law. Well, that's not what Mr. Perry told you it was. He said he had a contract to lie. He said this document gives him a reason to lie, but in fact, this document gives him every reason in the world to tell the truth, or else his life hangs in the balance. The jury instructions tell you, consider a witness's motives for telling the truth. By this contract, Jimmy Martin actually has all the reasons in the world to tell the truth, or else he gets prosecuted. First C. Consistency. Jimmy Martin has been interviewed over 20 times over the course of the last 10 years. There's a little game attorneys play here at Tool Unpopular. If somebody's given multiple statements, if everything and every single statement, every single detail is the same, the attorney says it's rehearsed and it's got to be a lie. If there are details that are slightly different, then the attorney says there are details that are slightly different, it has to be a lie. The truth is, on 20 different occasions, by 20 different people, he's been asked 20 different questions in 20 different ways, in 20 different contexts, and every single time he says, me, Jimmy Martin, Sherra Wright, and Billy Turner conspired with each other to kill Lorenzen Wright. And every time he says, me, Billy Turner, go to Atlanta to kill Lorenzen Wright. Every time describes the interior of the apartment. Every time talks about Billy's car. Every time says, after that, I'm supposed to be there. The 18th of July is going to be the day. You see it in Sherra's text. She knows he's coming in town, the baby shower. The 18th is going to be the day I'm supposed to be there, but I'm not. I'm in Batesville and I'm calling Billy. Every time. And they do it without me. And I know it because they show up at my house. Metal detector. Cut the barbed wire fence. Look for the gun. Go to the lake with Billy and throw the gun away. Shotgun shells, wire clippers, everything. It's all the same. And it's been the same literally for 10 years. Through 20 interviews.
Objection, Your Honor. This characterization of
20
Mr. Perry,
interviews.
that's the proper argument to your argument. You may proceed, Mr. Okay. I'm sorry, Mr. Perry, did you say something?
I didn't say a
Mr.
word.
Perry, I told you about that attitude. You would not, under your breath, be disrespectful to this court, sir. You argued things he has a right to answer. When I overrule your argument, what you said down and said, of course it is. It is a
I didn't
proper,
say of course.
Mr. Perry, it's a proper argument to your argument. You may proceed with that.
Yes, sir.
10 years, 20 different interviewers, the same story over and over and over. You want to pick out a detail? One time, he said they cut the barbed wire fence out there in Cow's Cut Off. One time he said, well, I'm on the other side of the street looking for the gun when they cut the barbed wire fence on Cow's Cut Off. Is that the detail? Is that the detail we're supposed to use to throw out Jimmy Martin's testimony? That's absurd. That's insane. Every time for 10 years, it's been the same. Consistency. Corroboration. Do you know what's not supposed to ever be found I mean, ever. 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 How on earth? How on earth is this gun ever supposed to be found? You want to talk about corroboration? Is Jimmy telling the truth? Well, in 2012, he said there's a little lake. I'll draw you some crude little map. I'll walk you where Billy stood when he threw it, and I'll show you the area. And what do you know? What do you know? Never supposed to be found. Corroboration. I don't know her name. I don't know why she's there. But there's a pregnant woman who's in the house when we're meeting talking about killing Lorenzen Wright. Well, what do you know? Years later, the police find the pregnant woman who was in the house, who heard him talking about killing Lorenzen Wright. Cooperation. During this time, back and forth, I've got Billy's car. Now, Billy has a truck too, but during this time, back and forth, I've got Billy's car, a Dodge Stratus. Where'd they find that car? Hidden in the woods for years behind Billy's cousin's house, who sees the news and then he needs to get rid of it. Corroboration. For years, I'm in Batesville when they do this. I'm supposed to be there. I'm trying to get in touch with Billy. I'm supposed to be there. I'm supposed to be in Memphis doing it, but I'm not. Well, C Spire or Verizon or whoever it is, they're not in cahoots with Jimmy Martin. What do you know? But his phone's in Batesville, North Batesville, trying to get in touch with who? Just like he said, Billy Turner. So when you think about Jimmy, think about those 3 C's. A contract that says you've got to tell the truth or else you get prosecuted. The consistency through the years and years and years with investigators and investigators and investigators. And the corroboration. If a co-conspirator tells it, it's done for all of us. There was more than that. You heard about Claudia. You heard from Claudia Robinson, school teacher. You saw the car pulled out of the woods. You saw the secret meeting set up in code after the release of the gun is found. You heard about Sherra's text. You even read them, a code with Jimmy about the murder. You saw the text to Billy right before the murder. You saw the phone proof where Billy is not at his house, but instead his phone is on the move after midnight. And at 12:14, in the same area covered by Lorenzen Wright's 911 call. You saw Sarah's searches, didn't you? After they found the gun? How long did fingerprints stay on the gun after water? How long did fingerprints stay on the gun underwater? A weapon? A murder weapon? Billy Turner? Billy Turner? Billy Turner? Billy Turner? You saw all that. And you even heard about his lies. You even heard about his lies. When's the last time you seen Sherra? Randomly ran into a church. That's not true. All right, I'm lying. Why? No answer. Did you go to Atlanta? Yeah. Could you have been there when Jimmy was there? If I was, coincidence. All right. Why'd you go? Who'd you see? Family. Give me a name. Give me a nickname. Give me an address. Give me anything. No. Couldn't name anybody. Couldn't name anybody. You heard all that on top of each other. Jimmy corroborated, consistent with a contract to tell the truth, or else he goes to jail. Claudia Robinson, a car pulled out of the woods, phone records putting Billy in the area of the homicide at the time, suspicious texts, coded messages, secret meetings, share of search history, everything else. You heard all this, and on the other side, you heard, I talked about comparative as the first way to look at this, comparative. On the other side, you heard that Billy was at a party until 10 o'clock. We're supposed to check our common sense at the door. Now we got you in here with common sense. On one side we hear, and on the other, Billy's at a party until about 2 hours before the homicide. And that's the defense. I mean, think about it like this. I told you another way to look at it, common sense, either or. Either or. Either Billy's guilty or what's the alternative? What's the alternative? Because we know Sheriff's guilty and we know Jimmy's guilty. He's told us as much, involved in conspiracy. So if they're guilty, either Billy's guilty or what? Or he was framed. Or he's framed. That's the only thing that makes sense. I mean, it's not like he's misidentified. I mean, I guess that'd be a possibility. Well, they're talking about the wrong person. They don't really mean this Billy. They mean like they got him confused with somebody else. No. They obviously didn't confuse, so it wasn't misidentified. Maybe it was an accident. Like Billy accidentally got involved. Like he accidentally drove to Atlanta with Jimmy to kill Lorenzen Wright. Or he accidentally got that text in the middle of the night and went to the area where the murder was. Or he accidentally threw the gun in the lake. No. I mean, some crimes could be committed accidentally, but not this. So it's not mistaken identity. It's not an accident. He would have to be being framed. All right, Billy would have to be being framed. That's the only other possible alternative. Either or. If Sherra's guilty and Jimmy's guilty, either Billy's guilty or he has to be being framed. I told you about my grandfather being a yard man, so I don't mean this in any other way, but I mean, is this something we've seen before? Is this something we've heard about before? People framing the yard man? I mean, is that a thing? Is that a thing that happens in life? People framing the yard man? Like, why on earth? Like, Claudia Robinson's the nanny, and she just hates the yard man. I mean, she hates the way he cuts. I don't know what it is. She hates him, so she decides she's going to lie and say that Billy was at these meetings about talking about Sherra Wright, so she decides she's going to frame him. But not just that, Jimmy, some reason Jimmy hates Billy, even though you ask Jimmy about Billy, and he's like, we were both hoping Lorenzen wasn't in Atlanta when we got there. It was the consensus, was his words. But Jimmy must hate Billy. Sergeant Evans looking at the phone records, he must hate Billy. Or maybe it's C-Spire. Maybe it's the phone company hates Billy. It's going to make his phone look like it's over the murder scene. Billy's cousin with the car hidden out in the woods. Sherra, she's got to be involved in the frame job too, because once the gun's released, she's got to, how long fingerprints stay on a murder weapon? Billy Turner. She's got to have a secret meeting with him. I mean, think about the craziness you've got to come up with in your head for the alternative to Billy Turner being guilty. He has got to be framed, and all these witnesses have to be in it. They've got to frame the yard man. frame the argument. That's nonsense. That's nonsense. I told you the third thing. This is a little work here because it's the devil's in the details, and the devil can be in a few of these details, and I find them interesting. $11:47 p.m. the night of the murder. Sherra Wright to Billy Turner. The last text she sends. We are 13 plus 12, 25 minutes away from Lorenzen Wright being killed. Mr. Perry suggested that this is an innocent text. We don't check our common sense at the door. It can't be an innocent text. Let me read it. I'm gonna need my commission. Ren wants you to bring your cards in the AM before he fly out. You owe me, boy. Why can't it be an innocent text? Because Sherra Wright, the person that wrote the text and sent the text, knows what's about to happen. She's about to kill Lorenzen Wright. Do you understand that? Like we started this whole thing with Sherra Wright's guilty. That's established. Everybody knows that. Jimmy Martin's guilty of being involved in the conspiracy. So somebody that's about to kill their husband is sending Billy a text saying their husband's going to do something in the morning? That's impossible. That doesn't make any sense. That doesn't make any sense at all. It can't be an innocent text because Lorenzen's going to be dead by the morning. So you're not going to be texting anybody about Lorenzen doing something in the morning. Her code. Jimmy testified, and he did it quickly. He did it when I was standing here looking at him, because I remember it. He said her code with him, with Jimmy, was a party. And he said her code with Billy was long jobs. Long job. Sherra needed to tell Billy that her and Lorenzen were leaving the house to go to the location that's been picked out for this murder. 11:47. Get together, drive to the location. So what did she tell Billy? Ren wants you to bring your cards in the AM, business cards, long jobs. It's on. That's the code in that text. The long job is on. If you read some of Sherra's other coded text to Jimmy, and to Billy. If you read some of Sherra's other text and code to Jimmy, and her other text in code to Billy, you'll see that she just can't help herself with a little added language. I mean, there's no sense in going into all the details and coded details that she does in the code, but she just can't help herself. And you'll see that she has a simple thing she does sometimes. When she sets up the third-party meeting with Billy from somebody else's phone, Mr. Schofield mentioned she has the little code or whatever you want to call it. This is your sis from Cal. And we know it's the code because even Billy's like, doesn't recognize it at the start. But that's not the only code in those simple little texts, and this is interesting. This is in response to Billy, how long are you going to be in town? A couple of days. And then she says, you should eat at TJ's. Anybody think that was weird when they heard it? TJ's? The woman's name, whose house they're meeting at, is Janice Taylor. JT's, not TJ's. Not TJ's. And you look at her codes with Jimmy, she does the same thing. She just flip-flops stuff. I'm gonna need my commission. Lawn job's on. It's time. We're leaving the house. We're gonna do this tonight. You owe me, boy. Flip-flop it. I owe you. I owe you. They're on their way to Cal's cutoff, and Billy's there, and he's about to do this thing for her, and she's gonna owe him. She's gonna owe him. Devil's in the details. I've seen, as the phone person testified and as other people testified, some of you studying phone records. Give you a caveat or a caution here. As Dennis Evans testified to, what we have in front of us are not the raw records. We have, once the records are put in the computer, a form for us. There's a lot of information we don't have. Limited number of records. Some people's only their call history, not their text history. Some people, their data included. Some people a certain time period, others another. Sometimes adjusted for UTC, other times not. Phone records could be a wormhole, but they can also have a detail on them that's important. A detail we haven't even talked about. A call has only been mentioned, and when we mentioned it, we did it in general terms. Look at Billy's phone records for the morning after the murder. Okay? If he's done this killing with Sherra at 12:12 a.m. in the morning, look at his phone records for the next morning. You've heard the testimony about something that's interesting. We've described it as a call with Snoop's phone. And we said, that's interesting. That's suspicious. Because at 6:02 in the morning or 6:03 in the morning, why on earth? Billy and Snoop? That must be Sherra using Snoop's phone was testimony. And that in and of itself is suspicious. I mean, the murder happened at 12:12. Billy and Sherra communicating at 6:02, 6:03, and she's using Snoop's phone. That's suspicious. It's crazy suspicious when you look at it in light of the fact they don't know. They don't know what information Lorenzen's been able to tell 911. I mean, think about that. Billy chased Lorenzen through the woods and killed him. But he doesn't know if Lorenzen's been able to say who did it or not. They have no idea. So when he's dead, they don't know if the police are going to be knocking on doors. They've got to get apart from each other. They're in scramble mode. They're in scramble mode. They know there's evidence that's left out there, a gun on the side of the road. They don't know what he's told 911. They are in scramble mode. You can't look for a gun left on the side of the road in the middle of the night. You can't look for DNA on barbed wire in the middle of the night, especially if the police are on their way. So we got to get away from the crime scene. We need to get away from each other. We don't know who's coming. We don't know what he told the police on the 911 call. We're in scramble mode. But we know there's work that needs to be done if we get the chance. We know that we got to go find that gun. That's real bad for us. We know that we got to get that DNA off the barbed wire. That's real bad for us. We need to talk again. We need to meet again in the morning when the sun comes up, if we have the chance, if the police don't come, because we need to go back to that crime scene and clean it up if we can. But we shouldn't be talking to each other on our phones. So how are we going to do it? Crazy suspicious that they're talking on Snoop's phone the next morning, like it's been set up, like they need to talk, like they need to meet, like they need to go clean stuff up and cover stuff up. But crazy suspicious is even more crazy suspicious when you look at the call itself, the devil in the details. Because guess what? It's not Sherra using Snoop's phone to call Billy. It's Billy calling Snoop's phone. It's Billy calling Snoop's phone. Well, that right there tells you everything you need to know. The last person she texted before the murder is the first person calling her that morning. There's no missed call. It's not like he called Sherra and she doesn't answer her phone and he's like, I'm going to call Snoop's. Look at the records. He called Snoop's phone to talk to her at 6:02, 6:03 the next morning. Those phone records can be a wormhole, but every once in a while they can be a treasure trove. And right there's a smoking gun. A smoking gun. They had no idea what was going on that night. If the cavalry and the police were on their way, they had to get apart from each other. They had to get away from that crime scene, but they had to get back if they could. And they can't do it by talking to each other on their own phones. Call me on Snoop's phone. That was a mistake. That was a mistake. Because he called Snoop's phone. He called it. He knew to call it. He knew to keep it a secret. How long do fingerprints last on guns underwater? Not long, but how long do guns underwater hold their value and hold their truth and can help solve murders? So whether you look at it comparatively, whether you look at it as either Billy is guilty or this is the craziest frame job in the history of frame jobs, or whether you look at the devil in the details, Billy Turner's guilty of being involved in the conspiracy to kill Lorenzen Wright. It's clear. From Jimmy to Claudia to everything in between from start to finish. Billy Turner went to Atlanta with Jimmy Martin. Who'd you visit, Billy? Family, friends? Name them. Okay. Because he and Jimmy Martin went to Atlanta to visit Lorenzen Wright. He's guilty of attempted murder. Now, like we talked about the very first day, when we planned our bank robbery together, criminal responsibility, conspiracies, wearing masks and running in banks. 12:12 p.m. on Callous Cutoff. We're never going to be able to watch a videotape of it. We're never going to be able to say who fired the first shot. We're never going to be able to say where Lorenzen was hit first. So many things we'll never be able to say. But we'll be able to say that Lorenzen Wright was murdered as part of a conspiracy by Sherra Wright and by Billy Turner. And you want to throw Jimmy Martin into, yeah, he is part of it too. It's not because he's an NBA star. I told you, my grandfather's a yard man. Everybody's life, Lorenzen's, Billy's, everybody's life matters. Everybody's life matters. And to suggest it doesn't is wrong. Find him guilty of part of this conspiracy. Find him guilty for going to Atlanta to kill Lorenzen. And find him guilty for murder in the first degree. For what happened at 12:12 a.m. July the 19th. Cows cut off. 17th, 18th, 19th. They run together. You heard the 911 call. You know how he died. That's murder.
Thank you, Mr. Ackerman. All 14 members of the jury, okay, feeling well, healthy. Okay. Madam Clerk. So I read all of the law to you yesterday. It is now, Saturday. It's 1:33. If you want to start deliberating now, you may do so. You can eat lunch while you deliberate, or if you want to take a break and eat and then start deliberating again, that's up to you. Whatever you want to do. Do you have a preference as to whether or not you want to eat lunch first and start deliberating, or have a working lunch? Working lunch. Okay. The jacket, trial jacket, is this jacket. It has an indictment in it. It also has a charge in it. It is identical to the charge that you have. You cannot write on the charge or on the indictment. When you record your verdict, you will write your verdict on the jacket. Doesn't make any difference what's the front of the jacket. That's the style of the case, State of Tennessee versus Billy Turner, 1705881. And it has the charges on the front of the jacket. Count 1, first-degree murder. Count 2, conspiracy to commit first-degree murder. Count 3, criminal attempt first-degree murder. You can write the verdict on the front of the jacket or the back, which has no writing on it. Totally up to you. As I told you on Saturday, there are 19 possible verdicts that you can reach in this case. When you start to deliberate, the first thing you do is select one of your members as foreperson. And when you deliberate in this case, you have to start with count 1 of the indictment, whether or not Mr. Turner is guilty or not guilty of first-degree murder. As I told you on Saturday, it's not a menu. It is not a multiple choice test where you look at the possible choices and say what fits better or what do we think is more closely to what we believe happened. You have to start with defense of first-degree murder. And if you find he's guilty of that offense beyond a reasonable doubt and unanimously, your foreperson will write that verdict on the jacket. Again, makes no difference where. If you make that finding, we, the jury, find the defendant guilty of first-degree murder as charged in count 1 of the indictment. If you unanimously find that he's not guilty of first-degree murder, or find unanimously that he's not criminally responsible for first-degree murder, then and only then can you consider the less included offenses. You start first with second-degree murder, make a determination as to whether or not Mr. Turner is guilty of second-degree murder, then criminally responsible for second-degree murder. If you find him guilty of that included offense, your foreperson will record that verdict. We, the jury, find the defendant guilty of second-degree murder as included in count 2 of the indictment. If you unanimously find that he's not guilty of that, or unanimously have a reasonable doubt, then and only then can you consider other included offenses in the order in which they are listed. If you unanimously find Mr. Turner is not guilty of anything in count 1 of the indictment, your foreperson will record that verdict. We, the jury, find the defendant not guilty of count 1. And you would then proceed to deliberate on count 2 of the indictment. Does anyone have any questions about how you go about the deliberation process and how you record your verdict? Ladies and gentlemen, all 14 of your names are included in this witness cylinder. I'm going to spin this cylinder multiple times for the record, and we'll reach in here in a few seconds and we'll blindly take out 2 slips of paper. And those 2 slips of paper will be the folks that have been randomly discharged from further participation or deliberation on this case. We have been using some form of this for over 200 years in the state of Tennessee, wearing black robes and white wigs. We got rid of the white wigs a long time ago, but we continue to wear the black robes. This is actually my least favorite part of the trial because y'all have been here since Monday of last week. Actually met you back on March the 4th and have been telling you that you can't talk to anybody. And at some point very shortly, 2 of y'all will be randomly discharged as a juror, and your trial participation will be concluded at this point. And it is a sudden end to a long process. Ladies and gentlemen, following folks have been randomly discharged as alternates on this case, just remain seated. Deputy Smith will have his trial jacket. He'll bring all the exhibits to the jury room for you also. If you want the gun and other items, bullets, shell cases that were recovered, let me know. We'll bring it back to the courtroom. We do not send guns, even though there's no live ammunition in it. We don't send guns and things like that in the jury room. But if you need to take a look at it or have some questions about it, let me know. We'll bring it back to the courtroom and allow you to do whatever you need with that. But we don't usually send guns to a jury room. It has been disabled. It has a gun lock in it, but it's just not a good practice to send those things back to the jury room because I know some people don't feel comfortable around those kind of things. Mr. David Jones. Remain seated, please, sir. And Ms. Catone, if you also remain seated. Deputy Smith will lead you to the jury room. Your lunch should be there shortly if it's not already there. You may now retire and report to the court the verdict that truth dictates and justice demands. I wish you Godspeed in those deliberations. You may now retire to begin those deliberations.
All right, that's it, guys. The cake is now baked. Place your bets. What will happen? Sorry, busy today. A little busy today. Working on some stuff. But I wanted to talk to you guys and see what you're thinking. It's a little weird they don't get to have the guns go back. In Ohio, all that stuff goes back. Now, they may keep ammo and guns separate, but one or the other will go back. Oh, we're still talking. Hold on, Judge.
No longer part of this process. I want to thank you for your willingness to serve on this case and want to thank you for the 8 days that you have given on jury service to Shelby County, the state of Tennessee. I met you on March 4th, 2022, some 17 days ago, and I told you that we had 21 pages of documents that I wanted you to fill out and not to take a questionnaire unless you were able to serve on a case that might last somewhere between 7 and 10 days. It wrapped up as far as the proof and arguments a little bit shorter than that. But you could have given a million reasons why Judge Coffey got things to do, can't serve in that case, and we would have given you another case. Did not know anything about this case, and you've made a great sacrifice. It's an extremely selfless act. Trial by jury in this country is absolutely the best system in the world. It is far from perfect. It is not ideal, but it's the best system in the world. Without folks like you, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Katona, making those sacrifices, getting a summons on short notice that says you have to come to 157 Poplar because Judge Coffey ordered that you appear, filling out those questionnaires, coming back on Monday, the 14th of March, a week ago, and sitting through 7 days of trial, including not having gone home to your family, your friends, your loved ones, your job, since Tuesday morning when you reported 4 opening statements. Without you making the sacrifices that you made, this imperfect, this flawed system would not work. On behalf of the great state of Tennessee and all the people involved in this case, Mr. Billy Turner, Mr. John Keith Perry, Mr. Andre Thomas, Mr. Austin Schofield, Mr. Paul Hagerman, Ms. Deborah Marion, her family, friends of Lorenzen Wright. Thank you for the services that you've done, the services that you provided for the state of Tennessee. I've been telling you now since March 4th that you could not talk to anyone about anything, could not read anything, could not listen to anything, could not read or watch any reports. As you notice, there have been cameras here the whole trial. Those admonitions have now been lifted. You can talk to anybody that you want to. You don't have to talk to anyone. The media would never put your face, your name anywhere because it is against the law in the state of Tennessee to report jury information by face or by any other information. So that would never be published anywhere. If you choose to talk to the lawyers, you may do so. I will make them available for you to talk to them if you want to. If you tell me, Judge Coffey, we don't want to talk to anyone, don't want to talk to the lawyers, they will never try to talk to you or contact you, because that is also a crime under Tennessee law for lawyers to discuss cases with jurors unless they get specific approval from the court to conduct those conversations. If you decide to talk to them, please respect the privacy of your fellow jurors. Talk to them only about what your impressions are, what your thoughts are. They might even ask you what your verdict might be if you were still on this jury. If you want to have a conversation with the lawyers, you may do so. If you tell me, Judge Coffey, I don't want to talk to anyone, they will not attempt to talk to you. The deputies will get your personal belongings for you out of the jury room. Those cell phones that we have become such a prisoner to that we can't live without. And it's amazing because a few years ago, you could have asked me phone numbers and I would probably rattle off 100 or 200 phone numbers. If you asked me my cell phone number, I would probably have to think about that for a moment to tell you what that is. But we'll get those cell phones back to you so you can get back to your ordinary life. You don't have to go to work today because you are on the jury today, so you will not have to report to work today. In about 2 weeks ago, we're going to see a great big check. Let me count real days real quick. 30, 210. Approximately the amount of 221 whole United States dollars. And that would be for your jury service, a small token of our appreciation for the sacrifices you made. Try not to spend it all in one location or at one time, but you get that check for your jury service in a few days. I want to give you a certificate that would indicate you were impaneled, you were sworn, you did serve on a jury that started on March 14, 2022. In Tennessee, we're not going to send you another summons for jury service for at least 10 years in Shelby County. Let me rephrase that. In Shelby County, under Tennessee law, we could send you a summons to serve in state court in the next 2 years, but because of the population of Shelby County, we're not going to purposely send you a summons for state court for at least 10 years. If you get a summons before then that says you've been summoned for jury duty, you have the absolute right to serve if you choose to do so, but you're not required to do so. If you get a summons from the United States of America that says you've been summoned for federal jury duty, I have absolutely no control over the president, over the United States Department of Justice. And if you get a summons from federal court, I cannot do anything about that at all. But in Shelby County, we're not going to see a summons for at least 10 years. Ms. Katona, you have any questions, ma'am? Mr. Jones, you have any questions, sir? Yes, sir. Everything in your jury notebooks that you want to keep, feel free to keep it. Anything
Okay, so that's it. That's very weird. The whole issue of letting them take the notebook home. My experience was get shredded. But yeah, they're done. The alternates are gone. And now it's the waiting game. Now, the alternates, it depends what court you're in. Sometimes you're the you're the alternate from the start. A lot of courts don't let you know because that encourages everybody and forces everybody to pay attention. Some courts know who the alternates are, and then some don't until the very end when they will pick numbers out of a hat. Or one place I've been, they deal out a stack of cards, and if you have the diamonds, you're on the jury. If you have the hearts, you're not. So it all depends. Anyways, hey everybody, how you doing? Yes, the happy on time thing was, were you guys happy I started it on time today? But look what happened. I was on time when they weren't ready. So yeah, and Parallax, yeah, you mentioned that people were, Rittenhouse and the Big O Turner, but apparently that's the way the judge has always done it. That is a pretty macabre way of doing things, where you have to pick your own jury by hand like that. That's like picking your own executioner potentially. But yeah, so anyways, guys, Playmaker, Sudine, Kay, Teddy, Parallax, Wendy, Gabby, Matthew, anybody else here today, thanks for stopping by. I appreciate it. If you guys have other questions, I'll keep this running for a while this afternoon in case something happens, but it's really it for right now unless you guys have other questions. Yeah, he did. I listened to him, and he had a very clear cut. He had a very clear cut and obvious reason why he did that. I think everything he did was valid and makes sense. Playmaker, what's my verdict? I think he's guilty. He's probably going to get guilty of first-degree murder. I mean, I don't know. And if he doesn't get, he's going to get convicted of something. There's way too much evidence here. And even if you didn't want to take Jimmy Martin's word for it, once again, no relation. I don't see he get around that. I don't see he get around all the data. The data just points it to him. It's just there's only so much you can try to. If you start spinning everything away and making excuse, you start. If you have an answer for everything, it looks like you're making excuses after a while. So that's a problem. Well, there you go, Wendy. See, yeah, sometimes you can work stuff out. Matthew, you said picking your own executioner like a firing squad. I'm not so shocked seeing that come back. Well, when the companies who supply the drugs for lethal injections are refusing to do it, you got to come up with ways to go. The old ways still work. Lethal injection was just seen as the less barbaric way of doing it, but hey, a bunch of people shooting you in the heart kills you dead. A short drop and a sudden stop from the gallows kills you dead. We've just we've gone away from it, but I think we're going back to the old ways, and I don't think that's a bad idea. Even old Sparky, it works every time. Even without Jimmy, how's his phone there? Fingerprints, payphone. Well, his phone showed in that area. I mean, it doesn't help. Now, he could just be the most unlucky guy in the world, true. But just the fact that these people were all together, all talking to each other, and all of a sudden, bam, right next to all their houses is a dead body of this guy. I mean, he's either got some of the shittiest luck in the history of mankind, or, he was in on it. I thought they did okay. I mean, sometimes you got to work with what you got, and you don't have much to work with. I mean, I don't know. Yes, Parallax, that's true. Also a dead person that he knows intimately well. The dead body of the guy who's dead is also related to the guy he's banging. So, I mean, it's my evaluation. I don't know how much better you can do. This is it's a lot of damning evidence. At some point, it's just. I mean, did they do better than Chandler Halverson's defense team? Yes. They came out swinging and they tried to make some stuff happen. But, if that's what you got, that's what you got. I mean, really, Jimmy Martin, once again, no relation, was important, but that cell phone data that was the damning thing for me. That's the hard stuff to overcome. You can overcome and you can say guys are trying to sell you out. You can't trust people. But what can't you get rid of? Data. That cell phone computer has no reason to lie. Those GPS coordinates don't lie. It's hard to, there's no proof they messed with it or they had a chance to mess with any of the data. So it's hard when you have hard data like that and so much hard data. So, I mean, without looking at their evidence, I don't know how much better they could have done this, or really a different way. And if there really was a different way, would it have worked any better? Yeah, and yeah. Mm-hmm. Well, they're going to appeal, and when you appeal, you list a bunch of reasons. And then you make the appeals court tell you whether or not they're valid. So ineffective assistance of counsel is definitely going to be alleged. You always allege that on an appeal. If I take your case on an appeal for a speeding ticket, and you had an attorney at your trial, and we're appealing that, I'm going to say your previous attorney sucked and didn't do his job right. Even if it turns out he pretty much did it right. I'm always going to argue ineffective assistance of counsel. I would argue you pretty much have to. Yeah, Jimmy was an expert switching out Sims. Oh, yeah, I believe he was. I mean, he's a freaking professional killer. That dude has got more. That dude, a bunch of people have got because of him. I mean, he's like them dudes on The Wire and the row houses, man. Just icing people and throwing them under the sheets. I guarantee he's got a lot of bodies attached to his name. But yeah, Wendy, you go after everything. You tag every single thing. Well, Shannon Halverson leaving that one piece of skull in the fireplace, so dumb. You get sloppy. I mean, you clean up. Think about it. You clean up. You can only clean up so much. And there was a famous case where the guy killed his wife, put her in a wood chipper, and shot it out into a river when the fish were going by, and the fish ate her up. But there was like a sliver of a piece of a tooth still in the machine, and otherwise it was completely clean. Almost a microscopic piece you couldn't see. That's all it took to convict that guy. So, Shannon, you can crap on him all you want, but shit happens. I mean, when you kill people and just general, when you commit crimes, you have to pull it off perfectly to get away with it. The police can mess up every day of the week. You can't mess up once. And that's the problem. If you commit a crime, you've got to be on it. There's the police get a million mulligans. They can mess up a million times and still catch you. And if they don't catch you, oh well. They don't catch you. if you screw up, that's it. You're caught. So, you know, it's just like, think about it like you're a goalie. You got to stop every shot. What can the like, think about in hockey. What can the guys on the other team do? They can shoot shots all night long, but the goalie's got to stop them all. Otherwise, it doesn't matter. So, it's like sudden death. You got to stop the guy. So that's another reason why you should commit crimes. Otherwise, because it's illegal, but that's a second issue. Yeah, Wesley, thanks for showing up. I appreciate it. Parallax, thanks for coming back. All you guys that came over from Nick, I appreciate it. I know you guys are. I appreciate it all. That's true. Hogs eat everything. That is a very effective way to get rid of bodies. Pigs will eat bones. Pigs will eat meat. A pen full of hungry pigs will devour a body. That is not a joke. That is 100% true. But yeah, I think he's toast. I mean, you'd have to believe that there's a massive conspiracy to convict this guy, and that he's super unlucky at the same time. And that, as he said, this is like the world-class level of frame jobs. And, as much as you guys might want to make fun of the defense team, sometimes that's all you got is, this just seems sketchy. How do we know it's not a frame job? And also, can you guys hear me a little better? You deal with what you got. Like I said, sometimes, that's the most you can do. I'm betting if you were to sit there and have the whole discovery file in front of you, this is probably what you would try to do as well. You may have done it different tactically, or maybe you would have come at it a different way, but this is probably about the best you would have been able to do as well. So, curious to know what you guys think. Let's see here. What are we looking at? If anybody's... I still cannot figure out how to make my... I can still not figure out how to make my laptop camera work on StreamYard. They are working with me on it. I guess I'm probably going to have to clip something on or get a clip-on camera. Something, I don't really know. So, also, guys, if you don't mind, I know I don't normally encourage this, but if you want to go start shilling for me on Long Crime just to fuck those guys over, that would be hilarious. Because, hey, they don't really need all the people. I need the subs. They don't. Wendy, do you have stress when you're representing people that you know are shit? I can't imagine. Let me put it this way, Wendy. If you don't like dealing with bad people, criminal defense is not where you want to practice, because most of the people are bad. And if they're not bad, they're not people you want to hang out with or have as a neighbor. Now, they might be okay, but like I said, you don't want to live near them or see them every day. You wouldn't trust them to walk your dog or watch your kids or, check on your house while you're gone. But, that's kind of the nature of criminal law. A lot of the people involved are not nice people. Not people you normally associate with or hang out with. Yeah, I'm sorry, my office is right next to the road. But like I said, that's the nature of the business. The odds of you getting, most of the time people you're dealing with, even when you're dealing with somebody from your social, what you would view as your normal type of people you associate with, on a socioeconomic level, on a racial level, on a class level, whatever you want to describe, when you end up interacting with them, usually it's because it's something kind of horrific or not pleasant. So even then, you're not going to want to associate with those guys. So, like I said, it doesn't matter at the end of the day. If you don't like dealing with bad guys, go do tax law. is what I recommend. Like the trial I had last week, that guy, he's an okay guy, but I wouldn't want to, have him as my neighbor. Very few people I've defended I'd want to have as my neighbor, but hey, there's quite a few of them though I'd hang out if I ran into them at the bar. We have a couple of road pops or something, but yeah, that's it. uh, oh yeah, I could see the dogs eating up too, but the problem is you have to worry about the dogs eating bones. Pigs will grind bones with their teeth and will digest them pretty quickly. Dogs have to pick at bones and stuff. So, but yeah, a bunch of hungry dogs, they can easily kill people. So you're from Brazil. That's cool. You must be same time zone then. So I think you asked me about the Formula One stuff, but you didn't tell me who you're rooting for. So I was curious to know. So do defense attorneys know ahead of time if their client's guilty? I think you'd have to say that depends because it's all about the evidence. I might have evidence that you did X, Y, and Z. Like if you confessed to the police, and maybe all the evidence points to you. Maybe I've asked you, and you've admitted to it. But sometimes I don't know. It's not really my job to know. My job is to defend you, and represent you. So sometimes it's better not to know. But no, you don't have to know before you go to trial. Now, I generally want to know what happened because if I know what happened point by point by point, I can come up with a plan to defend it. So I would argue there is some advantage in knowing what happened exactly. And I tell my guys, tell me exactly what happened. Because if I know, then I know how to defend it and prepare. Yeah, I liked Verstappen last year. I'm glad he won. But yeah, like I said, I'm not going to lie. I am a Scuderia fanboy. I am a Tifosi. So I was impressed. I was very surprised that Mercedes got dominated like they did the entire race. I mean, the Red Bull had more speed than the Mercedes did, which is mind-boggling. I mean, honestly, at this point, I see Ferrari running away with it for a while. If not, I mean, they're the clear. I mean, their car's got horsepower. They've got good steering. They're not porpoising. I mean, they had no complaints with their car, really. So, yeah. The only thing I don't like about the Ferraris, their car design is sick, but I don't like this burnt red they're using. I want that fire engine red color they used to have. It's too subdued now. Almost looks like a brown. I bet they come back with a verdict tomorrow. I don't think it'll be today. If it's today, it's really late. I'm still here just reading an email. Ferrari, everything is best this year. Their aero seems to be nailed down pat. They've had no. I mean, they didn't eat those tires up. They made those softs last forever on their first run. I mean, they've got the car dialed in right, which is crazy because I mean they have no problems at all. Everybody else is having problems of some sort. You know, Red Bull's obviously got problems with their power units, but Mercedes has got porpoising problems. They can't keep their tires. I mean, what's up after this trial, Teddy? You ask. Double or quits on that beer. Okay, you're calling it today, Matthew. I'll take you up on that one. Again, double or nothing. So we'll probably go back to Husel for a while at least. It looks like the prosecution's wrapping up. I want to see what Jose Baez is going to do. If we can find another cool trial in the meantime, maybe we'll switch to that. But for right now, guys, I think we'll go back to Husel. I don't really know what else to do. You know, and if that's all we've got for a while is Husel, we may just take a break for a little bit. I don't know. I kind of feel like I'm at that point where I almost need to take a little bit of a break. I don't necessarily want to leave you guys hanging, but might do that as well. I'm not sure yet. At least this week we'll watch Husel, probably. But going back up to something that was asked a little bit earlier, Wendy said, Wendy asked, can your client be straight with you? Like, I killed him, but we aren't going to say that. Am I a mandated reporter? Nope. I have no obligation to report anything. The only time I have to breach confidentiality is if somebody is going to commit a fraud on the court. So if I know somebody's going to commit perjury, I can't allow that. If I know somebody is going to lie in documentation, I can't allow that. But if you tell me you murdered, like I'm representing you on a DUI, and you tell me you murdered someone last night, I can't go tell anybody. That is in confidence. Now, if you tell me you're going to go murder your husband, I could disclose that to protect life, but I don't have to. So I'm not obligated to report. There are times where I'm a mandated reporter. For example, if I'm doing a case involving child custody and I think there might be abuse going on of the child, I'm a mandated reporter then. But it turns into a kind of a slippery slope and a gray area if my client comes in, and while my client comes in, I watch him in the parking lot slap and beat on his kid. Because then I'd have to report my client, and that kind of violates confidentiality. You're not supposed to get your client in trouble. But no, otherwise, if it's just, normal things like, hey, I murdered this guy, I can't report that to anybody. It already happened. If it's going to happen, I'm allowed to if I want to. But really, I don't report anything. If I'm not obligated under law to report it, I don't report it because that's not my job. Confidentiality is a sacrosanct thing to me. And I will not violate it if I can avoid it. Yes, we're going to cover Suitcase. Suitcase will be a good one. But for right now, that's on the horizon. That doesn't mean, Wendy, your attorney won't violate. That doesn't mean your attorney won't violate confidence. Sometimes they do, and they get in big trouble for it. But some attorneys do. Yeah, I've had a lot of people, even civil clients, tell me things they've done and been involved in. You become a keeper of secrets, and I have my fair share of secrets that I keep. And I will take those to the grave unless I'm ever told I can disclose them. I'm a rock star. I'm definitely not. I appreciate what you're saying, but not really. That's the baseline competency for an attorney. But I understand what you're saying, and I appreciate it nonetheless. So, yeah, guys, that's it for right now. I'm going to get back to work. I got to work on some things. I'll leave this open. I'm not going to kill it. And yeah, I'll just check back in, and I'll leave, for right now, I will leave law and crime up. That way we can see what's going on. So we can kind of monitor it, and then we'll switch to somebody else when it actually becomes time. That's also a correct statement. Matthew is 100% correct. Guys, I'm sorry. I am in the car. Damn it. I thought I'd be able to get back home before this happened. I was not today. Har, 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 har. I was not today. Har, 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 har. I was not today. Har, 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 har. I was not today. Har, 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 har. I was not today. Har, 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 har. I was not today. Har, 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 har. I was I apologize for that. I completely screwed up. Um, yeah. I forgot I muted it when all they were babble talk, so we could talk. I forgot to turn that off before I had my car. So, whoops. But let's go. We all knew this was coming. Conspiracy to commit first degree murder. So. Yeah, right now they're polling the jury just to make sure that this is their verdict on all counts. But hey, Critter, you don't have to apologize. That's entirely my fault. So it's my fault, guys. But hey, at least I was on time this morning. Tee. I mean, that's got to be worth something.
Tanner, I mean it. You don't have to apologize for getting better or anything. I fucked that one up, so no worries on your end. So there you have it. Convicted of count 1, first-degree murder, a mandatory life sentence. I'm surprised the judge handed it out right there and then, but he did. You guys heard it, 60 years minimum before he's eligible for parole. So he's going to die in prison. I think he's in his 40s now, and even if he's only in his 30s, he's going to die in prison. Eligible at 51 years, so maybe he gets out for good time credit. You know, if he gets to his 85% mark and hasn't been bad, but yeah. He yeah, that's it. So he's done. Yeah, he's been locked up. Yeah, so yeah, that's it. Like I said, I apologize for robot voice, but that's what we're doing right now. I'm in the car. Yep, see, hey, I'm in the car. Um, but yeah, he ain't going nowhere no time soon. So yeah, within 45 days we'll have a sentencing. I assume we'll try to catch that up because yeah, I'm sure that's going to be a big part of the closure we want to see. And yeah, it's yeah, not good for Billy Ray. Yeah, not good at all. So I'm curious to know what you guys thought. Yeah, the judge talking at the end, I mean, it's nice he talked about all that, but I don't know if I like my judge being kind of like a grieving counselor like that. I know it's his courtroom, he has the right to say what he wants, but I really feel like even then he should just say, I'm sorry for your loss. But going down all that roads, I mean, I don't know. I feel like he should just still be impartial, but that's just me. I'm not sure what he just said about tomorrow, but yeah, sentencing is April 22nd. Butterfly, he's eligible for parole after 60 years. So it doesn't sound like, I know some states the judge decides if you're eligible for parole, but that's not how Tennessee works. It sounds like he's got to go do time, and then the Tennessee Parole Board may give him parole. He's eligible at 60 years, 51 at the 85% mark. So if he's being a good boy, he might get out earlier. Yeah, what's the next trial so you could turn your 2 into 4? Sarah Boone might be the next one. She's the suitcase girl. I mean, Husel, I'm not going to take bets on Husel because that one's just going to be ridiculous. But that's the next one. We'll go back to that. It looks like the prosecution is wrapping up and is almost done. And yeah, things got a little heated this morning between Menashe and one of the, I think, wives or girlfriends of one of the victims. So, yeah, but Husel's about done. The defense is about ready to get there, about ready to get it on. Yeah, I'm still, from what I've read, and I've been reading the updates, the daily updates, and I've listened to snippets here and there. Nothing's impressed me. Nothing still moved the needle. I still think Husel was doing palliative care, and he happened to be the guy who everybody could point to. So, guys, that's it for today. I mean, really, I'll probably start Husel up. I'll figure out what time they're starting at tomorrow. Probably around 9 a.m. I'll just set the trial and put it run. I am actually busy all day tomorrow. You might not even hear me. I'll just be running around like a chicken with my head cut off. So, might be Critter or Rennie or whoever's running it tomorrow will be kind of navigating you guys through the day. So I'm going to, on this now, I've got to get some things done. So I'll just end the broadcast. But if you guys want to keep chatting amongst yourselves, go for it. Keep my head attached. Yeah, I'm working on that. And yeah. So yeah, got some interesting stuff to talk about coming up. You guys have a nice night.